Video of the day number 33. We're going to start by making some food. We're going to have a pretty big meal. We got a lot of calorie burning activities to take care of this afternoon. The parts I needed for that gutter project have arrived. I don't know if that video has gone up by now or not. We're going to try to do that. I think today is going to be the last day I do anything outside. It had snapped cold. It was, it went down to, I think, well into the 40s last night. Let's see here. 46 last night, very windy. And tonight there's a frost warning. So, which is quite the change because 2 days ago it was 85 and in the high 60s at night, and just beautiful. But that's what's been happening the last couple of years. The seasons just kind of snap from one to another. At least we had some type of fall this year, but not much. Alright, so we're going to have eggs, onions, and potatoes this morning. Potatoes first because that takes the longest to cook. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should have maybe I should have the corn instead. Yeah, we'll do that. We're gonna make the potatoes a little differently, I think, because I don't know, this corn is getting a little bit old. And this is good corn from a local farm. It's still good, but I can tell it's not quite as fresh as it was. So we're going to have the corn today. Now, I don't know what we're going to do for dinner. See how the day pans out. So maybe we'll have the corn. I'll have the eggs another day. I'm still going to have the onion. Yeah, we'll make the potatoes a little differently than I was going to originally. We'll have the eggs maybe tomorrow. Seems we have less issues with this sticking this time if I use the parchment paper instead. It looks nice today, but it's not. It's very, very cold, very windy. I'm surprised there's not more leaves down than there are. I'm going to try to finish this today and get this buried the rest of the way. Oh man, it's freezing out here. If it wasn't for the wind, it wouldn't be so bad. I looked at the Home Depot website last night, the one with the horrible AI garbage, to see what kind of parts were in stock at the local store. And the parts all said free delivery today. And this was at like 1 o'clock in the morning, so today isn't like today. And so I said, sure, if it's free and it saves me the time to go to the store. So sure enough, this was on the front porch by 11 o'clock this morning. So I don't know how they're doing this and making any profit on these things. This is only like a $20 order as it was. I guess probably make these things in China for 5 or 10 cents a piece. So here's the connector that we're going to use to join them. We're going to have to do it like this. So a little bulkier than I wanted, but it'll work. And I have the 4 right angles. These look a little different than the ones that I have, but it's the right size and everything, so it should be fine. And that's not the first time I've had that experience with the Home Depot delivery. I ordered something else there, and it said, free delivery within a very quick amount of time, and sure enough, it happened. Oh, you know what it was? It was for the it was for those big penguins I bought at the end of the year, and the box was like 6 or 8 feet big, and it still shipped for free within a couple hours. So it sent, what is it? It doesn't come through like FedEx or something. It come in. Some place sent me like 15 text messages through the course of this morning here. Dasher, I don't know what that is. Probably some modern thing. But it sent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It sent 6 text messages this morning talking about this order. I mean, I guess this is kind of good because it says, they sent one that says the guy got the store, and then it says the guy is coming near to the house, and then it says when the guy left, and there's a picture, but I can't look at it on this phone. So interesting. So that worked. This was practical. I don't have to go to the store, so that's like half an hour of my time back, plus not having to deal with any stupidity with the general public, which is always a possibility. In about 10 minutes, we'll turn over the potatoes and then start cooking the other stuff. The other stuff cooks quick. In the meantime, I'll do some work on the computer. I'll do it in here. I don't like to leave parchment paper unattended. It is technically fireproof up to like 400 and something degrees, but I think we teeter on the edge of what's reasonable with it in that tiny little oven. Never had a problem, but rather not have one now and find out. It's kind of cold in the living room. Might have to eat at the other end of the house. pellets this morning, and I didn't put it back on because the sun will warm it up this afternoon. We're definitely going to have to put it on this evening. It's pretty much the same coldness everywhere. I think it's a little bit colder in the living room because of the drafty windows. Remember when hard drives were audible? Good times, very good times. It is colder in the living room. I'm gonna have to eat in the computer room instead. Too bad I didn't get my CRT thing set up here in the kitchen. Could use kitchen. I mean, I could just use the other TV that's already in there, but it's no fun. This unit is a Core 2 machine that has only 4 gigabytes of memory. It's a Core 2 T7300 at 2 gigahertz. And it's still, it takes a little bit of time, but it's still able to do everything I want it to do. Oh, the battery just died. I knew the battery wasn't very good in this, but that was pathetic. Gee, I really wanted to use that computer too. Well, I'll use this computer instead for now. double lights. Think of this in the display this year. A string of these in all. Ah. This is working good, it's not sticking at all. Jeez, I hope this camera isn't breaking. Anything else to break this month. Actually, you know what? I should leave that humidity in the house. That's what I wanted tonight when I turn on the stove. It's warming up in the living room now. The sun's hitting the side of the house. Oh, too much oil on these things. That was excellent. Zero sticking. I think the onions became a touch overdone. Okay, here's the lunch. I just got done with lunch. I'm gonna clean up the kitchen later for the sake of time. Got some plants photosynthesizing. And this should be in the sun now. Maybe not so much by the deck yet, but it will be any soon, so I'm gonna go work on this now. I think I'm gonna just put the clip from yesterday in now. So this next clip will be yesterday, and then the clip after that will be back to today. Hopefully we'll finish this today. Had some pretty high winds throughout the day today. Took this right off the house. Never had that happen before. Finally got some rain last night. Wasn't much, it was only about half an inch. It's cleared out, it's a beautiful evening. Sun's about to set. What remains of the summer's foliage is beautifully illuminated by the sun. We're going to do some work on this project today. Trying to put this drain underground, put it along here in front of this, and then we'll turn this into a nice landscaped portion of the yard. It's pretty unsightly the way it is now. A couple bushes are here already. Those will all stay. We'll work around them. This one looks like it's finally starting to take nicely. It's been kind of in stages of dormancy, I guess, for a while. It's so dry. Even despite the rain last night, I dug down under the ground, and it's like it's just dust. I mean, you would never know it rained yesterday. Not even yesterday, last night. Rained within the last 10 hours. It was raining this morning. It's ridiculous how dry it is. So I'm gonna have to keep watering this stuff. I watered all this stuff with the garden hose a couple of days ago, and it just sprung back to life. So I think I'm gonna keep hitting it with the hose every couple of days. I've given up on watering the grass. It's getting too expensive. I'm not gonna be outside much this time of year anyway, so that is what it is. This is that mullein plant that grew last summer, the tallest one I've ever seen. I was hoping it would drop a new one in its place, but it never did. So I guess I'll cancel that out now. So what's going to happen is it's going to route here. There's a flower bed there. So it's going to come in here. It's going to turn and come in front of the, because I don't want to disturb these bushes. It's going to come in front of it a fair ways. And then it's going to come over here. It's going to turn here, it's going to pick up this downspout, and then it's going to come along here, and then it'll just come to the surface and drain over here. I got some rocks I'll put down and make it look nice. And maybe I'll put some lattice up over here at some point, because it's just kind of unappealing under there. And we'll have landscaping all in front of here too eventually, as money allows. I wanted to do that this year, but it didn't allow. We're going to start over here. And I'll dig down and we'll see how deep we got to go to match what's on the other side. I think I'll put the microphone, I'll just set it up over here for now. I'll be putting the dirt into 5-gallon buckets. So we need some of it to bury the pipe. And some of it we can use to level out other parts of the yard. I don't like the idea of digging up close to the foundation, but I'm going to have to. I don't have much of an option here. Might be very rocky. Might need a plan B on this one. Wow, look at that. And only a half an inch, or like top quarter inch is wet, and the rest is just bone dry. This year is really stressing out the plants.
thing could zoom out more. The GoPro is much superior in terms of viewing angle than any other camera I have. Curiously, under the air conditioner where it shouldn't get wet, this soil is damp. That doesn't make a lot of sense. screw. Here's where things are going to get a bit tricky, because we have to get a 90 in here, two 90s, and go around this fence post. There's a concrete thing for the fence post right there, so we have to kind of go like this and then over. I suppose this would have been a little better done in the fall when these plants are dormant. They're not dormant yet, so we don't want to damage the plants, because they're still going to be taking all the energy back from the leaves into the roots for the winter. So we'll have to work carefully over here to not be disruptive. Can't get the shovel to the bucket because of this post the air conditioner sits on. I have to move this over as much as possible. slippery. It's got some moss or whatever on it. It's got some more buckets. Okay, we've got a trench over to there. Now we'll go to the other side and see if we can break through. Pull some of the dirt back, got some more buckets. I think only 2 of these lights are working at this point. Hopefully they just need new batteries. I didn't expect much out of them, but that was kind of pathetic. I only got 1 season out of them. Okay, that's not bad. I think the depth is pretty good. Cutting it close here though. bad condition. If I didn't have the dog here, I would just cancel out the fence, but it's convenient to have the dog. I think that should be wide enough. Pull back some of the dirt over this way. Alright, that should be the most difficult part. I'll film from this side. Bucket Freak Show. Hope we're not going too close to this plant. I don't see too many roots here. Hoping that it went down with and across. This is all just junky crabgrass here. I'm not worried about trying to save it. I wish it was better grass to put it somewhere else in the yard, but it's not. I think I have one more set of buckets. And then I'm not sure what we're gonna do. Oh, you know what I could do? I'll go steal a trash can from my neighbor and we'll fill that up. He's got 2 trash cans and a wheelbarrow over here. And some traffic cones. I think that this should be enough, just the one. If we have more dirt than that, then I'll just start dumping it in the back to level it out. I know we're not going to need as much dirt as we took out to fill it back in. But you do typically need more dirt to fill than you take out for whatever reason. So I don't know exactly what that number is. I don't want to run out of dirt either. There's so many stinking twigs in the yard. There we go. Can use this. The soil's damp here, so I've been watering. Let's see, it makes a big difference. I'm going to put the dry dirt in the trash can, otherwise it's going to compact into a mess. There's a macroplastic in the ground. Not good. Not good for the environment. Lots of rocks all of a sudden. Some of these smaller ones I'll keep to use for the little pool that's going to be set up at the end of this. The bigger ones I don't really have any use for. I think the ground goes up a little bit here, slightly. So, relatively speaking, it's going to be like digging deeper and deeper here as we go along. Into this shovel needs to be tightened up a little bit. It's a nice old school one with a nut and a bolt. Can fix that.
mind your business with that dog. Let's go. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you trying to dig a hole for me? Are you digging a hole? That's awful long hole. I'm not that big. What are you doing, kid? Good girl. You let that dog go by. Yeah, don't cause the kid any trouble. That's right. Come here. He said, Dad, that wasn't right. I wanted to bark at least. What you doing, man?
Yeah, trying to get that gutter underground.
Ah. Nice.
Tired of looking at it.
There you go. Keep the pitch of the water going the right way, you'll be okay.
Yep.
See you later.
See you later.
Come on, let's go.
Might be a good time to stop and get a sample of the pitch, just to see if we're on the right track or not. I have one extra piece of pipe from when I ordered the big order for the other side of the yard. If I ordered The order was such that if you order a certain quantity, there becomes a discount. And I was right at that threshold, so I ordered 2 more pipes and got it for the same price because it was right at that threshold of what you have to order the quantity to get a discount. It's a good thing I did that because in typical fashion, can't measure for anything and was 1 short from the original order. So I used one of the extra pipes, but I still have 1 left. Stupid rattling piece of junk dehumidifier. Actually, that's pretty good. It's just a little bit tilted. Okay, so we're pretty much right on point with that. I think I'm going to have to go steal another trash can. Because we got a ways to go still, and I don't have anywhere else to put the dirt. Okay, I'm going to go steal another trash can. Oh no. So the trash can is full of trash. That's unfortunate. Well, we can use the wheelbarrow, I guess. And we'll fill it up, and then at that point we're just going to have to start canceling out the dirt back. I don't have anything else to put it in. The wheelbarrow only holds about 12 to 15 gallons, a little over 3 buckets. So it doesn't hold much, especially on a non-flat surface like this. It's just going to tip over. We don't like wheelbarrows that much at all. In fact, I think they're kind of stupid. So we'll dig out to about here, and then we'll go that way, and I have to move all those rocks because I want to put the pipe kind of in line with the rocks. Or does that make any sense? Should I move it? Should I just keep it up closer? And the way it's, as far as the landscaping is concerned, I'd always envisioned it would kind of like turn and go down this way, but maybe the landscaping should just stay straight out to here. Yeah, because I wouldn't plant the plants that close to the thing anyways, so we don't have to dig up the rocks. We'll just end up putting it in line with the pipe. So that kind of changes the logic of the connection a little bit. Now it's almost like we need a Y connector instead of that T. No, I don't want to do Y connector because then it would not be straight. The pipe would, down from the front of the house would be coming into this crooked, and that might get in the way of the plants. If I just do it flat, I know it's not in the way of the plants. You know, the easiest thing might be to just take the rocks out and then put them back afterwards, because I already kind of designed the logic of the piping to go that way and already bought the connectors. I would just stay with it. Alright, so we're going to go out to about here. That's where we're going to stop. Eventually, I got to pull all this grass out. That grass down over there is still good. That's good grass. We'll move that somewhere else in the yard. It's got a bare spot. This over here is all junk. Weeds and crabgrass. I can't believe the other trash can is full of trash. That stinks. It's a good sized root there. Hope it's not from that. We're still looking pretty good on the pitch. You go a touch deeper over here, but it's not bad. I think we'll start to trench up towards the house, and then we'll call it there. I can't put the pipe in tonight anyways because it's getting too cold. I feel it's just the caulk is just not going to be correct. It's going to be very thick. I'd rather do that during the day. Maybe it doesn't matter, I don't know. But it makes sense to me to be better done during warmer weather. What is that? It's like a piece of slate. Yeah, it's a big piece of slate under here. Yeah, I'd like to save that. Slate's cool. There seems to be a big piece of slate here. I have to get all these rocks out of here now. Oh, that's great. There's always something dodgy going on around here. That's certainly interesting. A nice piece of slate. Now is where we got to start going really deep, because the ground does go up considerably, several inches, as we go towards the deck, or the deck. Surprised there's so many roots this close to the house. Nothing really here. We got one bucket left, a full trash can, and an almost full stupid wheelbarrow. I'm gonna go flick on some street lights. Might as well enjoy them while we're out here. Not gonna be out here for more than a couple more weeks. It's gonna get too cold. Might actually bring the plants in tonight. I think it's supposed to go into the 30s, high 30s with potential for frost tomorrow, I think. It's getting cold, like I figured. It's gonna snap the cold real quick. All right, we got some street lights coming on. It's getting cold out, but I'm still feeling okay because this is a physically intensive task and it's not windy anymore. try to put the pipe underneath that root so I don't have to disturb it. That might be a tree root. And it was probably over here because before I bought the house there was very bad drainage and everything just dumped right down at the foundation. So that was probably a wet spot for a while. I would prefer to not damage that root, but I'm not going to be able to do this with that in the way. I hate damaging roots. But it wasn't getting much water here anyways. Getting a lot of rocks here. That seems like a big one. Not going to mess with a big rock at the corner of the foundation here. I might have to go to plan B. Yeah, it's not budging. Okay, so we got to go to a plan B because I don't think I can get it deep enough with that rock in the way. No, not deep enough. Alright, we have to go around that rock. Well, what we might be able to do is... How are we going to fix this now? Because we're going to have... This has got to go down another couple inches still. So we have to stop it here. Wait a minute, does that rock go to the left or to the right? It go in both directions. Yeah, that's a big rock. That might actually be a piece of ledge, I don't know. I don't think that it's going to budge. No, that's solid. Okay, so we can't get that rock out. So the pipe has to start turning here. It's got to turn right here. So what can we do to fix this? Well, we also need to know how far over this rock goes, because if that rock continues all the way over, then we got a second problem that we have to deal with. So maybe we should answer that question first. So let's see how far over this rock goes. I think it stopped. Yeah, I should be able to get through here, I think. Yeah, okay, so we can turn it. We just got to turn it earlier than expected. We might have to do some convoluted exposure there. We might have to do some convoluted piping here. Do I have any short pieces of pipe? I want to get a feel for the depth that we have to work with. So this is down there, like that. Could we put a right angle and drop it down? It's going to come very close to the surface now. So that would not be ideal. I mean, I probably could cover it with mulch and just mound it up there, but that's not ideal. Well, this is unexpected. I'm not sure how we're going to fix this. This just became very complicated, and it shouldn't be. It should be simple. What if we do this? What if we take this and bring this up like that? And then, no, that's not going to work, is it? This one is very large. I'm going to get a regular size one. Oh, that's good. This is a 3 to 4 inch reducer. This doesn't really save the problem though, because the problem is that we're going to have competing flows, because it's going to be coming down this way, coming this way, and that's not really correct either. I think what we're going to have to do is go to a plan B, which is going to be this comes in here and it splits to a 45, and we're going to have to get a Y junction that picks up this one and picks up this one. I just hope we can get it deep enough to do that. Well, this just became a royal pain in the neck. At this point, I have to dig up so much stinking dirt, I'm just going to make a pile over here. And it is whatever it is. Because there is just so much dirt I'm going to have to remove. So we're going to have to go on a 45. See, now I don't like that, because now the problem is if when I go to put plants here, there's a pipe in the way. You know, there's a plant there, so, you know, give it a couple, a foot or two, there's going to be a plant here. So we have to curve it as far back as we can. I really wish that stinking rock wasn't there. That probably is ledge. This stinks worse than a rotten skunk. I suppose the only good thing is it don't rain anymore around here, so if this has to stay like this for a couple days, it's unlikely to be a problem. If it was going to rain, this would all turn into a mess. I might have to go to the store to see what kind of connectors there are, because there's not as many connectors for this kind of pipe as there is for like regular sewage pipe and so forth. Man, this stinks. Oh wow, that's still gonna go way deeper. Oh man. How deep this is getting. I wonder if it's going to open up any other options. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is here. I'm going to have to think about this for a while. Even if I get the Y connector, it's still a problem because the pipes are going to attempt to join at different heights, and it's going to be a convoluted setup. I don't want this to be a convoluted setup. I want this to be a reliable setup. There's got to be too many mosquitoes out here. I might have to cancel out this project for today. I'm just about getting a little tired of this project anyways. I'm gonna have to go call Frank's Hardware and see what kind of connectors they got over there. Alright, that's good now. So that's the height or the depth that we're going to work with. So now the question becomes, if we have this under there, this is all the way down like this. How the heck was that slimy? Is this tall enough that we can do something else? Ew, why is this kind of slimy? That's weird. Maybe I'm just losing it because this is playing with my head now. I feel like there has to be a very simple solution to this. I can't see it right now. If we raise that up, can this go like this and stay below ground? Yes, it can. See, now we're deep enough. So we might have to just put like 5 or 6 different angles here to make this work. Then now the problem is the water flow is not going to be the way it should be. So if we put this like this, and then we put this here, and then we eventually angle this down like that, that will get the water into the pipe. Problem is the water still has to go this way, and it's not. So now I've got the water going into the pipe. But now the question is, how do we get the water going this way? Because if I put that T-junction there, and we have water coming like this, and water coming like this, and the water's supposed to go out like that, it's not going to flow naturally. It might not matter. I don't know. Might be our only option. And of course now the tea is going to come out right where I don't want it to. I suppose the other option is, I don't like this option at all, but I could potentially put all that like that and then have the Y junction here to have this going straight and then kind of Y that in like that. I could do that, and then I would have to dig over to here, and I'd have to think about where to put the plants, because as soon as I start cutting in here, now it's potentially in plant zone, and I don't really want that. Because there's going to be a plant approximately, let's say approximately right here, and then maybe another bush approximately right here. So, I mean, what I could potentially do is take this and then, curve it and cut it in that way, and then go down over there like that, which, I mean, it's kind of the same concept of what we were going to do now, just a little bit different location. I could do that. So if I do that, let me recount this here. Count the total of 90 degrees we're going to need. So we need 1, 2, 3, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here. And then we're going to need 6, 7. So we'll need 7 for there. How many do we have? Okay, I need to write this down because that number's going to disappear from my head. 7. Okay. So then, in addition to those 7, we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to need 11 right angle pieces, and then I probably could get away with a T because it's just stormwater, but I'd rather have some kind of a Y. So I'm going to go count what we have. There's 1 over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not counting that one. And then there's a 7th over here. So we have 7. So we need 4 more. And a Y. Okay, well that's going to require a trip to the store, which maybe we'll do that now. I would prefer to go to the store at night as opposed to during the day. Alright, well, that's annoying. Semi-fail, but we'll get it. It's just going to be a little bit more complicated than I thought. So we need 4 more. I hope that there's some kind of a Y connector. Oh, there definitely is, because I have one on the other side of the house. There's definitely a Y connector. Alright, so we'll get 4 right angles and a Y. Why is this so complicated? And then hopefully that'll solve the problem. And then when it clogs, we'll have fun jetting it because there's so many stinking right angles. And it probably will clog because of all that junk that comes down from the trees in the spring. But such is the case, we'll deal with it. Okay, now we're back to today. It's cold out here. I'm gonna go inside and get the bag of connectors, and I'm hoping that we can finish this today. I think it's just gonna start getting too cold to do anything outside after today. I have to keep moving the camera around at weird angles because of the sun. And the camera doesn't want to sit in the sun. Alright, so this came back to bite me because that's in the wrong spot. I gotta move all that dirt up. So this will go here like this. And we'll have to put 2, it's 145 really to get it straight. So then we'll go down here, cut that way, and then go down. It's not the way I wanted to do it, but it's the only way this is going to work, because there's that big rock in the way, which I don't want to mess with. Okay, so we get the shovel and the other thing, the pick, I guess it's called. I'll turn the lights off in here so we don't run up the light bill. And we got to get the garage heater out soon too. It's down to 65 in here, so we'll need that to be able to do that tomorrow. It's pretty nice in the sun. The sun is strong. Well, that's great. Let's see here. Probably want to cut the pipe in like right here, because I want to be able to, it's got to be in between these plants. Maybe I'll put the dirt over here. I'm gonna have to put the dirt over there instead. Okay, so now we'll start tunneling this way. And we'll tunnel to about we'll put a plant right here. Maybe right here. So we'll tunnel to about here. And we'll put the path going this way right there. I'm going to save some of these bigger rocks because we're going to use those at the end. I want to put a big gravel pit at the end where it comes out so we don't have a erosion problem. I have to cut over this way a little bit too, because it's not going to be a sharp turn. Lots of roots and rocks in there. This is going to have to start getting super deep because it has to keep going down as we go up this hill. But then it'll get easier as we go towards the yard, the backyard. Alright, this is in the sun now. Move this back. I don't know how this camera is in terms of overheating in the sun. And the Ghost Pro is awful with that. Maybe this one's a little better, I don't know. I'm not paying much attention to it, so this is not the time to try to find out. I need the level. Looks like it's still going down, but I want to find out that it looked like an illusion or something. Yeah, we're still good. Actually, it's deeper than it needs to be by a fair bit. But that's fine. It's better to go that way than the other way. And this just came back to bite me again because I'd like to stand there as we go that way. Oh well. So now we're gonna trench up towards the deck. This is a good example of why grass is important for erosion control. This has really got good roots over here. Oh boy. We got rocks here. Hopefully they're small. I wonder if I get a better angle from underneath the deck. Maybe that's a little better for now. I'm glad the sun is here because I wouldn't be able to be outside without it. It'd be too cold. But it is making it a little difficult to film. We gotta see what's going on with this rock. This one needs to come out. Good, it was a small one. Did you hear that on the video? I have an air conditioner sitting on a table behind the camera, and I think that the thermostat just clicked on. That's the GE one I picked up the curb, off the curb. I was hoping to clean it up before I brought it inside, but it's not looking like that's going to happen. I'll just have to wrap it up in a trash bag real good to contain the mold over the winter. Man, I can't believe how dry the soil is. I've never seen it be this dry in this property. Usually you dig down this deep and hit water around here. really rocky over here. It's a nice rock. More rocks. This is a beautiful rock. Oh, this is going to look so much better now. This has been an eyesore for years. Oh boy. This pallet for the streetlight sitting on this rock. Not ideal. Now the streetlight's crooked. I was hoping to get to this project this summer, but it didn't happen. I suppose I don't really want to do that inside and get all that dust everywhere. And when we get over here, which you probably can't see in the frame anymore, we'll have to think about where this is going to stop. Now, of course, going as far back as possible is best, but I want to be able to see it inside the house still, so I don't want to go too far. Plus, what I'm going to do is, when we get real bad rains, if that ever happens again, I will add a connection, a long piece that goes all the way to the back, so it's not like it's going to be dumping up by the house anyways. Doesn't look like there's any rocks yet. Only have a couple inches left to go. That one came out. Let's check to see if this is still in the frame. Kind of. Move it in a little while. Kind of looks like it's trending upwards, which is not going to work. Let's see what we got here. Wow, look at all these nice rocks. Where are these coming from? It is trending upwards. I gotta cut some more out. I knew this was going to start getting ridiculously deep here. This will be the hardest part. Whoops. There's a root there, but it seems to be inactive. An active root shouldn't broke like that. One seem kind of weak too. Hopefully those are not active. More garbage, copyright modern music. Not good, it's still tilting up. We gotta go down another inch or so up here. Wow, this is getting really deep. It's got to be deep enough now. Okay, now it's going down. And now we gotta go this way. And I don't think I can keep the camera out of the sun anymore. I'm at the film from like halfway across the yard here. Alright, so now we have to determine where do we want this to come out? I'm gonna go inside and see. I'm gonna look out the window and see how far back we can put it, but still seeing it from inside the house. Well, actually, it doesn't make much of a difference. I don't know why I thought it did. For some reason, I thought that as you went out further, it became difficult, more like out of the view of the window, but it doesn't. As long as we don't go past the end of the deck, it has to turn right in order to be able to see it from in the house. I wonder if we should just go all the way to the end then. Well, we can't. Can't go all the way to the end because right here starts the wiring, so we can only go to about here. So we might stop here. I guess that kind of works aesthetically because we'll stop it here, and then this whole area can be the rocks. So the landscaping will just kind of have to maybe cut off early, or I don't know what. That's going to be a kind of weird aesthetic, I suppose, but we'll figure it out. I kind of don't like the idea of dumping all this water near the footing here, but as long as we get the rocks in place and have good drainage, and most of it's just going to run off and go down there like that. Alright, that's what we'll do. Oh, wait a minute. I just forgot. It's partially going to depend on the slope, because at some point, so the yard here is slopes down, so at some point it's just going to come to the surface, you know, even if the pipe still has a slight tilt. So we might just be kind of bound by wherever it ends up. I don't know exactly how much slope there is, but this is so deep here, it's like probably close to 18 inches. It's a little ridiculous. You know what else I could do is I could put like some plastic underneath. You can go with the plastic again. We can put some plastic under those rocks, and then all the water will have to flow away. So it'll kind of be like the way it is now. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. That makes sense. I'm going to put all this dirt. I guess I'll just put it here because this is going to get turned into landscaping anyways. So it would have been nice to save the grass and move it somewhere else, but it's probably not worth the trouble. The grass seed is not particularly expensive. Oh, that's great. These are terrible quality. I can probably fix that with a tie wrap pretty easily, but still terrible quality. Not that there's any surprise considering the store in which they came from. Oh, we got some big rocks. Well, that's a cool rock. I might wash that up and keep it inside the house. Very interesting shape. You know what? The inverse of what I said might actually be true. It might be too deep to come to the surface. Oh no. That's going to be a serious problem if that's the case. I don't know how I would fix that. I have to raise the whole thing up as much as possible. Oh boy. Interesting predicament. Interesting predicament that I was not expecting. Well, it's still angling down there. So, if we keep going, and just keep bringing it up to the surface as much as possible, might be okay. Gotta start being careful now because we're getting close to the wires. If I cut through with one of those wires, I would be angrier than if I saw AI on the computer. This is close. Just kind of wanted it to be much higher than this by now. Because it has to be on the surface at this point. Huh, that's actually okay. And it could even go up a little bit more. It can go up to about there. That's level. Level's not ideal, but worst case scenario, it can be level. This one last piece. Alright, well, I think we'll be okay, especially if I try to push everything up in the other parts. Let's get a good thumbnail for this project. That's a pretty good thumbnail for the project. So I think next what we're going to do is we'll put this freak show together here for the all these bends, because this is going to somewhat determine. It's pretty flaky positioning of the tripod here, where this will somewhat determine the height that this needs to be at, because this is kind of a bulky apparatus here. I mean, this doesn't give me hardly anything to work with. Because it's got to be like that. I mean, it has to be practically... This is part of what's causing the problem, is this. This has to be so low in order for this to flow into it that, you know, we can't do much in terms of height. So this is going to go like that. Let's put this together now. Just cut like a real small piece of the pipe and put it in. And we'll just begin assembling this part and go from there. Move this back out of the sun. All right, so let's get this set up here. And we're going to caulk these like I did last time because this seems to work pretty good. Kind of want to go to the Chinese restaurant tonight. Maybe if we finish in time. The apple cider mill closes at 5:30. The apple cider mill, if the apple cider mill finishes in time. If I finish in time and it's before 5:30, then maybe we'll go to the apple cider mill in the Chinese restaurant. Alright, so now we got to get a piece of pipe. Hello! Alright, good, nobody's home. Now I'll get the caulk. We got to get the saw to cut this. I don't know what saw we should use. Probably a hacksaw is the best blade for this type of material. Here's the hacksaw. This is a Stanley branded one, and the stinking blade is duller than a busted up knife. Actually, a busted up knife can be kind of sharp. The caulk spraying thing. And last time I had used, what did I use? Was it this watertight silicone? Well, there's a lot of silicone in here. That's for the bathroom. The kitchen and bathroom. 100% waterproof. I think that we'll use this. It's low odor. It's indoor and outdoor. So we can put it outdoors and hopefully it won't break. Fair bit of this left. Should be enough for the project. It is 60 degrees right now and steady. As soon as that sun goes down, it's going to freeze. Quite possibly, literally. This might be stuck. Let's see. Oh, it's stuck. Okay, no problem. We'll take care of that. So I previously had used cold glue on this, and that worked okay, but now we have a problem. You know what, I think I'm going to just cut past this and get to a clean part because I don't want to have no leaks in this. Alright, so this goes in about that much, and then this goes in about that much. So we want to cut it inside this indentation because we don't want to have any excess, because we need to make it as tight as we possibly can. Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said this saw as dull as can be. Should have had the Home Depot deliver a new saw blade overnight too. This will get the job done, but it's not great. Alright, so here's the junction piece that we're going to use. Let's get all that stuff out of there. It's really the outside that needs to be clean for this operation. And the inside will flush it out once it's running. Okay, good. So that will tell us the height that we need. Oh, man, that's so unfortunate. That wastes so much depth. I'm trying to think if there's any other way we can do this. I don't think so. And that wastes like 2 inches of depth that we otherwise wouldn't need. It'll just have to be right at the surface. We'll add some extra dirt here, add some extra mulch, build it up. Is what it is. I'm sure there's a better solution for this, but you know, I'm not well versed in plumbing enough to know what the solution is. Okay, we got to fix this. So we'll just take a nail and stick the nail into the top of this to clear it out. Okay, I think I cleared it out. A minor freak show going on in here with the semi-chrome polish. Actually, it's kind of turning into more of a major freak show. I'll have to get this cleaned up later. There's also a mouse in here, which I think came in when I had accidentally left the door open. I trapped it last night, but one of the traps exploded in the process, which is kind of weird. All right, here we go. I just cleaned this out. Why it is so dirty already? Oops. And I'm sure people are going to say, oh, you're supposed to use PVC glue. Well, I feel like this is making a better seal with the gaps because this is a loose fit. And I don't know that the PVC glue would close up all the gaps properly, so that's why I'm doing it this way. If you don't like it doing it this way, you can do it differently yourself. Put way too much in there. I have to wipe some of that out. That's too much. Too much of anything is too much. Now, I created a minor silicone freak show in here. That's okay, I don't think it's a big deal. I'll put less in this one. Oh no, it's jammed. Trying to put less. I think that was the piece that was clogged originally. It should work better now. That was a good amount that time. Alright, so this is what we need. That's just going to sit like that. I'll let that dry for a little while. Let's see what else we can do in the meantime. We got to disconnect everything, and we'll do that. I wonder if that would dry faster in the sun. I don't know. Oh, what a mess of the yard. Oh well. So this, I think, is actually 2 or 3 pipes here. Got some bricks and some rocks and some crickets over here, all of which need to get out of the way. Lots of crickets over here. Chirp, chirp. Okay. I should be able to just pull the whole thing out now. For heaven's sake, it's got to go out the other way. You know what I don't have, which I didn't think of? I don't have any just straight up connectors. That might be a problem. I didn't think of that. Well, I might have to strategically cut the pipes such that we don't need any. Not great. That is not great. That means we can only have one shot on these cuts. If they're too short, we can't fix it. Well, there's one rock that's got to come out here. Oh, I can't believe how dry this is. This is going to be kind of tricky to make these, get everything in line over here. It's a lot of cuts to make. This one's actually going to be just about the same. Going to be an inch or so of of pipe in between, and that's it. This seal looks pretty good. This was a hot glued seal. And it's got a little bit of cracking to it. Maybe I'll just caulk around that to seal that up if we have to use that piece full length. We might not have to, I'm not sure. I also have that one extra under the deck that we can use. We definitely have enough pipe, I'm not sure about the connectors. We got to be careful with the amount of connectors that we use. There's a lot of rotting leaves inside the pipes. We have to clean that out. Is this camera getting hot? Huh, it's actually not really getting that hot. Maybe this camera is okay to sit in the sun. Alright, well, I guess while that piece dries, let's start on the other side. Start over here. We gotta move something over here still. It's a big rock we gotta get out of the way. Now all these rocks have to go. That's a nice rock. We'll use that one in the pile of rocks by the output. This is a nice rock as well. We can use that somewhere else. I don't think that this is angled properly over here. This is so dusty, I just spray it down with the garden hose just to keep the dust down. Actually, it's not too bad. This whole area should really be built up here with more soil. The drainage in this part of the yard is not really correct. I'm not really sure what the best way to fix it is either. But that's a different project for a different day. And this camera really doesn't seem like it's getting that hot. That's good to know. Alright, so the first cut we gotta make is from here to the end there. Let's see what piece of pipe is gonna work for that. Wonder if we could reuse this piece. That's probably not quite tall enough. That's not tall enough. I have two different corner pieces. This one is much more rounded and elongated than the others. I wonder if that makes a better fit or a worse fit. And that fits pretty good right there. But it might... I might need to use that right there instead. I wonder why there's two different ones. You know, actually, I think there's three different ones because the ones I ordered today, well, I guess the ones I got today are about the same as the other ones I had. Tripod is collapsing. So now we got to check to see what the length of this pipe we need is with that connector on the end and another connector going up. You know what might make sense here is to use that flexible connector because it's not flush up against the house. The one over here we can line up to be not flush to the house, but this other one is kind of just the way it is. I wouldn't have had a need for this over here anyways, so that makes sense. Perfect. Well, maybe not quite perfect, but not bad. I can probably get a longer piece of this at the store. Or I can just put a piece that goes up a little bit. That's not a big deal. Okay, so that'll save us one extra cut over here. That actually is a bit too long though. Yeah, that's no good. I'd rather spend the extra 2 minutes to cut it again than have it be wrong. Okay, good. Let's see how our tilt looks. I think it's okay. Yeah, actually that's pretty reasonable. It could even go down a little bit more. Even if it was like that, that is still sloping downwards. Okay, good. And we'll try to keep it just like that. All right, now this is where things are going to get a little bit challenging. We have to deal with the measuring, which is not my strong suit for whatever reason I don't understand. Let's see if we can get this put together. I'm going to grab a measuring apparatus for whatever good that is. Well, I can already feel the chill in the air. It's going to get cold tonight. That's fine. I think, what is, oh, wire fell. I think I'm going to get it done today. Even if I don't get the dirt back in the ground today, as long as I get all the pipes put together, not that it rains anymore, but if I get the pipes put together, I'll be content with that amount of progress. I'm not going to spend the whole day on this. I have other things I want to do. Chinese food to eat, apple cider to drink. It's 3:50 right now, so if I finish by within the next hour, we could go to apple cider mill. Just gonna cut it close. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll just work for another hour and finish tomorrow. I don't like to work on projects for too long because then I get tired of them and then I start making mistakes or I don't care about the work as much. Speaking of mistakes, what the heck did I come in here for? The measuring. See, it's already been a little bit too long on this. Case in point. Okay, so this needs to go to the right about, so you got to measure from the end of the connector to the end of the connector, not the end of the connector, the piece where it sits in there. This about 9.5. You know what? Screw these inches. I'm going to get in the metric one. These stupid, because we're going to have to go into feet, and it's like, 1 foot, 2 hands. They're stupid, dumb. I don't know why the heck we don't use the metric system in this country. I wonder how good the range is on these microphones. I guess we'll find out now. I'm going to go all the way downstairs, which is all the way across the house. And we'll see. What's the temperature in the living room? It's 83 in the living room. See, it warmed up nicely in here. I knew it would. That's why I wasn't worried about the stove running out of pellets this morning. Okay, I'm going downstairs now. There's a lot of earth in between the microphone and the receiver now. The microphones have a signal meter, but it's only on the base. It's not on the cordless part that you're speaking to. So I can't see what it is right now. Alright, I got the metric one. It should be a lot easier now. Stupid dumb inches, they're so confusing. Alright. Let's try again. This needs to be about 25. Huh. That's interesting. There's a drill bit on here. That's kind of weird. It's not in the focus. Come on. I didn't know that was magnetic. It's very interesting. Better go cancel this out before it ends up somewhere it shouldn't be, like it already has. Okay, 25. Or 250 mil. That battery's long dead. Dug that up out of the backyard a couple days ago. It's terrible. People have no respect for the land. They just dump all sorts of stuff everywhere. And you're right. Speaking of dumping things, there's something that shouldn't be in the ground. I don't know what it is, but it's not dirt or a rock, so it doesn't belong there. I wonder if I should use one of those Sherpa connectors there instead. Yeah, I think that's a better fit. I feel like this would flow better, but it's just stormwater. Doesn't. It's not like it's sanitary sewer that we're worried about it backing up or something. I gotta dig this out a touch over here. It's not going down flat. I cannot believe how dry this ground is. This is horrible. How is anything still growing? Wow. It's just so dusty over here. Alright, that looks pretty good. Let me try the fit of one of those more sharper ones, just for the curiosity of it. think this makes is this a better fit? No, I gotta dig it out a little bit more still. It's not going close enough to the house. There's the culprit, a stinking rock. Okay, now it's fitting good. All right, measure these connections. Granted, this is the easy part, but this is going pretty well. So that's got to be 31. And this one needs to be 25. One. $25. I guess at this point we should move the camera over to here. You know, it probably doesn't matter if we do this in the cold or not. The caulk, I doubt the caulk cares. My measuring is on point today. I'm not sure why. It's usually totally off. Okay, so now we enter the difficult part. Both to put the tripod and to actually work. How are we going to set this up here? Okay. So now we have to join this like this. And it's got to be such that this goes to here, like that. So then this pipe should probably be cut right around here. And we'll just have to check that middle part where it was joined previously and recaulk it if need be. Probably should just recaulk it by default. We're going to lose the sunlight on this project in about half an hour, if that. So this might be a 3-day operation. I think if I get everything cut, I'll be content with that as a stopping point, and then we can even come back tonight in a Eskimo outfit and try to glue it up tonight. Don't knock over the camera. That camera looks like it's about to fall. Alright, so put this here like that. And this has to go so deep here in order to pick up this, because this is going to be deep. This will go like that, so we need another one of those really short pieces. And this is the time of day where it starts to become very difficult to film under here because the angle of the sun is everything's all washed out, overexposed. So that's to there. And then goes to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So about 10 sections. I should just remember that for the number of times we're going to have to cut a piece like this. We'll probably forget within 2 minutes. Just standard operation over here. Could go get a piece of paper and write it down. Alright, now things are starting to get a little bit tricky. So this is going to be like this. We can cut that piece now. Would this piece work? What if it wasn't already cut? Just going to put it like that. I don't want to do that. No. I'm just going to cut from the other part. Okay, we need 40 mil, or 400 mil. See how easy that was to convert? start cutting from here because I'm not going to be able to. Okay. I'll start cutting from this piece because I'm going to need the other one for there because that's too long. Now I've already forgotten what the measurement was. Should have wrote it down. $400 mil. Now let's start from the other side. It doesn't have any cold glue on it. Oh, there's a screw. That don't belong there. Screw that. 400. It's gonna fall over. There we go, that's better. It's gonna get tricky to get all this stuff together at the end because you lose flex points as you go. So this has to be up to about there. That stinks. Could I have used a 45 there? No, I think it would have just made it bigger. A bigger turning radius, that's all. I don't think it would have changed anything. Well, we got to take a little bit of dirt out of here. Oh, there's a rock there. That's the problem. See if I can get that rock out. Alright, that's the way that's going to have to be. It's not the way I would prefer it, but working within the constraints of the land, which is that big rock there, this is what we have to deal with. Okay, so now we have to turn left and then go up. That's almost going to be it's like a 1 inch, if that, piece. I'll clear a little more dirt away. Whoa. We are just about out of daylight, and I think that's going to be our stopping point because it's going to get too cold. I'll just finish tomorrow. There'll be more daylight tomorrow. I don't think it's supposed to be cold during the day tomorrow. I think it's just that night it's going to drop down real low. No rain, of course. If it rained, I mean, would it really be catastrophic? Probably not, because the water would just flow in the trench anyways. This is definitely a little dodgy digging right next to the slab here. Try to disturb it as little as possible. Alright, this has to go over 13 mil. About. Probably we should hook that up first. So that we need 460 mil. Which is going to take us just about to the end of this piece. Oh, this is glued. Oh no. I have to get this disconnected. This might be difficult. suppose worst case scenario, we could put this in the oven at like 200, 250 degrees, just enough to soften up the glue a little bit. I don't know what the melting point of the plastic is though. I've been able to get these apart in the past, but it's not easy. Just kind of grapple at it with a screwdriver, which is not the correct use of the tool. I don't know why I glued this one. It doesn't need it from a plumbing standpoint because the water is going into this. Unfortunately, this piece is probably going to get damaged trying to get it out. Not the reducer, the pipe, piece of pipe that's in here. And that's unfortunate because it's probably the right length to use somewhere else in this project. Okay, I got it. And it's only slightly damaged. Oh, this is going to be tricky to get in place. What the heck is all that noise? What is that? I have no idea. Well, whatever it was, I hope it wasn't AI. This is a problem. This doesn't fit on there. What the heck? Not even close, like it's a ½ inch off. Oh boy. Huh. That's weird. Huh. Well, we're gonna have to get a different piece of that then. It's a good height, but it's not the right piece or something. I don't know. All right, this actually it's a little bit too much. You know, maybe I'll get more of those flexible things, because those work pretty good to get on and off when you have a gap. Gee, the foundation don't look too hot right here. That's not good. It's all cracked. Oh boy. Yeah, that could be from poor drainage over the years. It definitely can crack the foundation over time. I'm just going to cut a couple inches off of this and we'll use, I'll get one of those, another one of those flexible things. I think that makes a nice clean finish and it's easy to get it off to unclog. I have it on the other side of the house too. Yeah, that's another right up against it connection. I wonder if that piece I just cut would work. Should have cut that a little bit smaller. Duh. Stupid. That's not enough. Maybe I can use this piece here instead. That might just be a touch too long, but I can cut it down. We've lost daylight here. It's getting cold. This is pretty good. Could pull it out a little bit. Like that, maybe. Yeah, that's good there. Alright, so I'll just have to get one more of those. You know what I could do? I could go to the Home Depot and the apple cider mill and the OK Will and the Chinese restaurant all in one shot to be efficient, and I can pick up another one of these things. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Just make sure we're not going to need anything else. We need 2 more right angle connectors. We have 1 in the bag, and we have I don't have any more new ones, I guess, but I have the ones that were, you know, on this part of the old contraption here, so we have enough right angled pieces. Alright, maybe I'll do that. This way we can finish this off tomorrow, because if I don't get that piece today, then I can't finish this tomorrow. I can't finish it without that piece. Let's just broke the metric tape measure. Alright, let's put this stuff away. Just seal up the caulk, and then we'll go take care of these arrays. This is not the time of day I like to go do arrays, because there's too much traffic. See, what time is it now? It is the 4:30, which is like peak traffic begins. So we'll have to go. Oh, and I forgot the stinking the car is still broken, so we'll have to hear that annoying noise the whole time. Oh well. Yeah, this is good. We'll go now. We don't have to rush, because we have plenty of time. We get to the apple cider mill within an hour, and then Well, actually, it could be a multi-purpose, a 5-purpose outing, because we can check for the Christmas lights at the Home Depot and see if there's any incandescent ones. I have a bad feeling there aren't going to be any, but we'll check. There was no Christmas lights last time yet, but that was a week ago now that I was last there. So maybe there's some now. All right, caulk is closed up. I'm going to grab one of those flexible things and see if it has any measurements on it. I know there's 2 different sizes, but I don't know what the sizes are. Oh man, this is going to be such an aesthetic improvement of this side yard here. Wish I had done this a long time ago. So here's the piece. It's for 3 or 4 inch downspouts. I think it was called a Flexa spout. It's made in USA too. Alright, let's see if I can find one of these there. Oh, I forgot to put this, the shovel, and the level away. I don't want the dew to come on and then the tools get all rusty. Why this is not in focus? There it goes. Yeah, this is generally going pretty good. It's taking a long time, but it's going okay. Yeah, I'm doing the project. It should be expected that it takes a long time. Ow. All right, let's go to the stores. Probably can get a better thumbnail now that it's not in the sun anymore. See which one of these thumbnails looks best on the computer. That's probably a good one there. And this is what we're dealing with. Great. Apple cider now. We only have a few minutes. I guess if we don't make it, it's not that big of a deal because the other 3 destinations are past it anyways, but I would have liked to have gotten apple cider from out this way. 7 minutes to spare. Good grief. I think I made it within a minute or two to spare. We got the apples, the apple cider, and the donuts. The owner made me a fresh batch. They're still warm. Would have liked to close this top here, but it's too cold now. The thing is, it's too stiff. I got to put it in the garage and put on heat for a while and get it closed again. Okay, now we'll go to the Home Depot. I'll bring in the camera in case there happens to be some Christmas lights. I'll try to take a picture. There's plenty of incandescent still. And curiously, the C9s are about half the price of what they were last year. It's not set up correctly. Okay, now we'll go to the OK well. rabbits today? This is ridiculous. Why is there so many people here? I got that grill. It's in pretty good condition. Should make some good meals. I'm not using the grill outside no more. Not in this weather. It's getting dark and it's getting cold. More garbage, modern copyright music. I got that Chinese food. It's cold, but nothing I can do about it. I'll put the heat on and try to keep that food warm. I said I'm gonna have to freeze on the way home. I didn't even think of that today. I should have done it today or yesterday while it was warm. Hope for the best with that. That's unusual as well.
slight siding on the left. Those are DELs, but I don't mind those. They're not bad. Not a lot of flicker and decent color appearance. It's pretty cold in here, but I guess relative to freezing in the car, it's not so bad. We have to clean out the stove and and bring in a couple more plants. Well, why is that like that? Did the computer crash? Huh. I hope the Windows didn't crash off the computer. Here's the donuts. Here's the Chinese food. The dumplings and the chicken teriyaki.
Hey everyone. Bright and early in the morning. Big difference since the last time we were here. The last time we were here was really cold. Now the trees are starting to bud. Grass is turning green. Now into the beginning of May here in Massachusetts. All the lily pads are coming up. As I was driving in, I could see there's buds. There's going to be water lilies soon. Came here to take a look at this culvert. See what the beavers have been up to. Not too much of anything. I don't see really much evidence of the beavers at all this time, unless they're just grabbing plant matter because there's no good sticks around. They don't reuse sticks. They gotta find new material because they don't trust stuff that has their scent on it because they feel like it failed. They like using brand new material, top-notch stuff for their dam. But let's clean this grate up. Let's go get the big high boots on. Let's go get the rake and camera number 2.
So this one is cool. You basically connect your Shopify account and it's able to pull in your product catalog. And then from there, you can
Alrighty everyone, we got the big high boots on. We're all geared up. We're gonna leave the flashing lights on to try to get cars to slow down. We got them facing backwards and forward. Alright, we're gonna go across first. Set camera number 2 over here. Water levels are a bit low. Hasn't rained in a few days. It's actually been incredibly warm out. The first time we did this, we left camera number 2 out there in the middle of the water because that used to not be underwater. There's a beaver dam downstream which has flooded this whole area. Those pipes there used to have water falling, not just coming out smooth. Alrighty everyone, camera number 2 is going. Alright, you should actually see a little bit of difference because there is a lot of debris blocking it. It's not really beaver debris, it's all this stuff here, which you see someone else has been going and doing it also. Alright, right down into the water. Let's get you a good angle. And try to get you an angle from out if we're able to at all costs. Sometimes we can't depending on the situation. Like right here, this mud is actually quite thick. Look at that, pretty easy with the rake. It's a lot more difficult when the beavers jam a bunch of sticks in here, but I saw when we were here last month, lots of beaver chewed sticks. I'm not seeing that this time. You should see more flow coming out on the other side because this is blocking it a bit. But it's really not much material. I'm probably going to start doing it by hand now because the rake is probably not the best tool for that. Doing it by hand is sometimes just a better option. Almost done. Just gotta clean it up a little bit. You know, this pond here doesn't have much wiggle room when it comes to blockages. Let's get that bag out of here. Look at all the material just coming right back over. This might not even have been beavers. I have a really good feeling this is a secondary beaver pond. And they only come up here sometimes just to block this. And they have that huge pond downstream I was just mentioning that they're backing up. If they keep clogging this, they're going to get relocated. And they don't even live here. Alright, we're just about done. I'll go for a walk with you down the road, show you situations. These pipes literally can't get to capacity the way this road is set up. It would cross over and start causing severe damage. There's spots where the water is literally a foot from the asphalt. That's insane, right? out of here. You see, it's not a lot of material, but beavers have been here. I had evidence of them being right here last month. Now, we've been here in the past. That's been nearly to the top of the grate, but that's the point where it will start to go over the road. Everyone always loves when I point out the multitude of guardrail violations on this road. Wow, we actually did pick that up a lot. Here's what it looked like before. And here's what it looks like now. Wow, that actually picked up a lot more than I thought it was gonna. Doing really, really good. Here's what it looked at the discharge before. And here's what it looks like now. We're doing really, really awesome. Now let me go put the rake in camera number 2 back in the truck. And we'll go for a little bit of a walk down the road. Don't you, sir? Alrighty. Camera number 1, camera number 2, tripods. Put them right there. Put the rake back here. It's bright and early, it's only 7 a.m. Most of the morning rush hour hasn't even started yet. Going bright and early. Do we have a smudge on the lens? We've got a lot of locations today to check out and update, confirm if beavers, if there's any evidence of them being back to old locations. If not, we won't do as often checks. But prime real estate for beavers, they'll always return to eventually when they find it. Like this here. I don't think they live in this pond, but they'll certainly come up here from down there in that pond. They're here for water storage. Beavers are the dam builders of nature. They're very beneficial when they're put in the right spot. That's why the Department of Natural Resources tries to relocate as many as possible. So yeah, over here we have all these lily pads. And I see in some spots it's gonna start blooming. You see how the road is starting to slip and fall apart, literally a foot away from the, and then putting this brand new pole in definitely didn't help. The pole, which is actually already getting crooked. There's a lot of clay down there. Now there's a culvert here that we want to take a look at. Last time I was here, last month, we could see these just starting from their bulbs way down there. See, that's going to be flowers if we come out in like another month. This whole guardrail is tipped backwards because the water's too close. It's not going to do much to protect you if you hit it. They don't put concrete on these poles because they're meant to go over if you hit them. It's meant to go down like dominoes and slowly slow you down. Here's the other pipe, completely open to the point it's trying to make a whirlpool, if you see that right there. The beavers never clog this one for some reason, no matter what. See, guardrail violation. It needs to have a bump stop, because if you hit this, you're gonna go up the rail and flip over at high speeds. You're supposed to have a bump stop like this on these slower roads. I guess that's still appropriate, but I know on the faster roads you can't have this either. You gotta have a bump stop that'll slowly compress you, and it'll basically make this, it'll basically push the rail off to the side if you do hit it. So for example, if you hit this with a lot of speed, and that pole right there goes down, there's a chance this whole thing's gonna go through your engine right into the cabin of your vehicle. So the new ones are set up to have a bump stop, which is connected separately on here, and as you're hitting it, your vehicle's pushing the bump stop through the guardrail, and the guardrail's being forced off to the side instead of through your vehicle. They don't have these ones anymore. Square washer, also illegal. The square washer has sharp corners, and if somebody hits the guardrail, these corners go through the rail, cutting the rail. So instead of it bending, flexing, and stopping your vehicle from revering off, it's gonna cut it, and you're gonna go right through it. There's not supposed to be any washer, not even a round one, by today's standards. The guardrail's also in most spots here. Not that side, but that side's not gonna hold you because it's so muddy. This is way under code. It has sunken into the swamp. And a lot of these guardrail posts are also damaged. Look at all those natural oils. That actually looks really cool, the pattern with the oak tree leaves, where the slime's not growing over them. That actually looks really, really cool. But now we're gonna go to another location. We're gonna see if it's finally open now that it's May. We're gonna go to the triangular grate culvert. For the past 2 years, there hasn't been beavers there. They weren't relocated exactly by humans, kinda, not really. They have a giant flood retention reservoir that protects cities downstream. They closed the discharge and they flooded the beavers area under over 20 feet of water that summer because it rained so much. So the beavers lodge was super far underwater. It forced the beavers out. And when it forced the beavers out, they never returned to the area. So we're gonna see if they've returned yet this spring. If the road is open. The last time we were there it was closed for mud season, but pretty sure mud season's over in Massachusetts now. I think their growing season in most spots has already started down here. My area doesn't start for almost another month, but I think I'm gonna plant my garden this week. I do not think that we're gonna have much of an issue. The whole forecast is super warm. 2 years ago, I planted my garden the first week of May, and I had zero problem. Last year we had a deep freeze May 26th, so every single year is different. All right, let's move on. Ready? Let's go visit the triangular grate, which is like an hour drive away. We've got clearance, it looks like, to the triangular grate culvert. That gate was shut last month when we tried. I guess we'll try again in June. It's another mile or two down there. The beaver swamp with the triangular grate. Try again next month, because they're probably still not there. We have no reason to walk that distance. Sometimes on roads like this, you gotta think, what did it used to look like years ago? On both sides of the road, we've got rock walls and fields. This used to be farmer's field years and years ago. When they found a rock, they move it to the side. That's why there's so many random rock walls in the woods of Massachusetts. It all used to be farmland until certain areas became watershed. They could no longer have farming going on because it would interfere with people's drinking water if they had to use chemicals or fertilizer that would spike nitrate levels. Like if they use cow manure to fertilize, it would spike nitrate levels and other things in the water around it, which isn't good. And also, a lot of farmers didn't want to stay in cold states. As soon as things like trucking, trains, other things became more available to start growing down south where they had longer seasons. So now got a bunch of abandoned stuff that has, in some cases, completely grown back to forest. But then you see things like this. You got daylilies planted all along this. Someone had a nice garden here years ago, and this used to be a farm. Kind of interesting to see. Look at this, everyone. We just checked in while we were in the area. The Connecticut beaver swamp. No flooding. Wasn't a problem last year either. They relocated the beavers and no one else found it. So this year, that's been a trend. There's been a lot of locations that just are not happening anymore. That's what happens when you go to a location like that. It gets tons and tons of views. The Department of Natural Resources will see that. They relocate the beavers. It's good for the beavers, not good for us. But it's okay. It's better to have the beaver gone and into a safer spot. So that's the reason we don't really check on these areas as much as we used to. It's pointless these days. And people always complaining that we don't do the street videos anymore because it embarrassed those road crews so badly that are now forced to do their job. So we don't even bother looking for them anymore because they're so rare and so expensive to find now. So we just stick in our territory now. And we'll end today's video. Thanks for watching, everyone. Have a great day. Hey everyone, we're at a location now that we haven't been to in a while. We're gonna go inspect it, see if it's clogged. If it is, we'll go back down there with the rake. So we had to park up on the sidewalk today, pull up over the curb and everything because they took away the parking spaces that people used to use for fishermen and stuff. So you see over there on the other side of the road, they have an access gate there. The state put up no trespassing signs and stuff. They put up this new guardrail. There used to be a few parking spaces there because this little stream here is kind of stagnant. It goes out to a much larger river. You'd have people here in the summer going fishing, canoeing, kayaking, but nope. They had to take that away from everyone. We haven't been here in a bit, and the water's actually running kind of low. Look at this. There's going to be daylily flowers here everywhere soon. So here's what we got. We haven't unclogged these ones in quite a bit. Maybe we should come back another time and do it after a rainstorm or something. Looks like we got the top piece of wood there of a power pole or something like that. There's not a lot of water here to help us unclog this. But there is a bit of a blockage, and look at all the iron oxidizing bacteria in here. And brown algae, that looks really cool. It might just be brown algae. Wow, quite the blockage. Alrighty. Someone threw a tire down here. We'll take the tire up with us in a moment. That's a silt filter. That's why I don't think the plastic silt filters should be used. They should just use hay because that's going to be there forever. We've tried to remove that countless times, but we just can't. There's even plant growth starting up on this. Alright, let's go get the camera. We're not going to use camera number 2 today, I don't think. Maybe we will. We'll think about it in the next few minutes while we're gearing up. Got lots of pricker bushes here, so we gotta be careful. Wow, look at the garbage and low-class individuals around here. Alright everyone, you will see extra flow come out of some of these briefly. There's not a lot of water coming through them today, unfortunately, so it might be harder to unclog it, but we'll We've never had beavers here, so we'll at least rig it up where the next storm can get everything through nicely. Look, there's no trespassing signs up here. They legally, in this state, cannot keep you out of the riverbed. We're in the riverbed, so they can't say a thing about us being here. Where I parked up there on the sidewalk, nothing says I can't be there. So, we're now gonna start up an angle camera number 2 right here. And as we're unclogging them, we'll just zoom into each individual one. Camera number 2 is going. And we just have to walk through the pipes. I went through so many spider webs in here on the way over. Who knows, I might find a spider friend on me later on when I'm driving. I'm still crashing into spider webs. Another one right in my face. I had a huge spider crawling up my neck last week. We'll do what we can, but there's not much current to help us. And it's not feasible to move all this heavy debris by ourselves over to the sides. So I think we just gotta start grabbing. Probably don't need the rake right now. Well, everyone, now that I'm home, I gotta plug this tire. I noticed this actually a couple days ago, but I want to plug it before I actually carry a heavier load in the truck. So I got my little pump, got the plug kit. I noticed this nail in here actually many days ago. It's not leaking at all, but I don't need it to be leaking when I'm moving a trailer or something heavy. So we're gonna use these needle nose to try to rip it out of here really fast. But I gotta be ready with the plug first so I can try to jam it right in there. If there's not enough space to do so, I'm probably gonna back it up to here where I can lay down and jam it in there. With the softer road tires, look how much that jiggles. They're very soft. There should be no issue by doing it like this. Although, if you have the more heavy-duty off-road tires, you might have to remove the whole wheel so you can have enough force pushing it down through there. Had to do that before, but these are pretty soft tires, probably why it happened in the first place. The aggressive tires that I have on my truck actually probably would have bent the nail before it went through. Alright, so as soon as I pull the nail out, you go back and forth in the hole to roughen it up a little bit with that tool. And this tool here, you take one of the tire plugs. And always make sure you have ones that are a little bit new. These things dry out after a couple years, especially in the hot car. Take that. You want to feed it through here. Like that. There we go. And now I'm going to drizzle glue all over that. Right here. I think I need to cut that off. Oh, no. You don't really need that much because you're going to spin it a little bit in the hole. Should be enough, hopefully. Alright, we're going to try to be fast with these tools. Let's see how easily this even comes out of there. Again, it is a softer tire, so hopefully it's not... Oop. Yeah, we're going to have to probably blow the tire up again. Here we go, come on out. Is that the hole? There we are. Really use a lot of force. Get the plug. Go in and out a couple times. Like that. And then you want to go and force it all the way in there. See, sometimes this is why you want to actually back up a little bit, because I have trouble getting that in there. Try it again. Okay, we got it in a bit. Don't want to go too deep. And now suddenly you want to go out and it's patched. Now the end right there, you can cut it off. You can use a knife or whatnot. And as you drive, that'll wear flat and wear patch. Now we don't have to worry about the stupid nail falling out. Now some people, depends who you ask, will say that's temporary until you get to the shop to do an internal patch. But I've never had a problem. Plus this is a rental, so I'm not going to pay for the internal patch. Good. Look at that, we didn't even lose any air. Yeah, we literally did it fast enough, we didn't have to even pump it up, but I'll make sure it's topped off. We seriously didn't lose any air pressure. Look, like, and we even had the perfect amount of hose and wire. Look, we're only 3 short. How do we turn that on? Are you gonna turn on? What's going on here? There we go. Yeah, like the perfect amount of wire. Couldn't have been any shorter for us. Wow, the other side's actually overinflated, so we should remove a little bit of that. it's moving a little bit. We just gotta hold it like that every now and then, plugging it back up. Yeah, we only lost 1 pound right there, so we gotta hold that for probably a good, it doesn't matter. We can go a little bit under and this will get it perfect. Just go like that a little bit. Check it. Ooh, we barely lost any still. Huh, perfect. We're done. I just found in the grass. That is a massive, beautiful leopard frog. See, pretty big and not really even afraid of me. Yeah. It's really not afraid of me. Beautiful.
Incinerator garbage disposals are built to last. We're the only leading brand with heavy-duty Duradrag.
It's starting to get very cold in here. We got to get this stove going. It's out of pellets. I think it needs to be cleaned. Yeah, we'll clean it. Get some ticker towels.
got these pellets this year. Not have the best results with the Hamer ones last year.
A lot of clinkers, a lot of ash, much more than previous years. So, I'm gonna give these a try.
There's not much of a price difference. These are supposed to be like a top of the line brand. So we'll see if there's any difference.
They look different. Much lighter in color. They feel denser. A little less dusty.
See. Pellets calendar here, we're going to move into October. So I started heating on September 8th, very early this year. Today's October 9. I put in one bag, I'll put in a second bag. these like more damp climates. Not that it's much less dry over here than it is by next to the stove, but it's got to be a little less dry. I'm going to try to winter this inside. This is a snapdragon plant. It is outputting some new blossoms all over the place. So we're going to go ahead and clean this up. Cut off all these dead pieces. And see if we can make this look nice again. I think it will come back and look pretty good. I don't know why all these buds died. I'm guessing it lacked water one day and so they all died at that time. This is a good example here of what pruning does. When you cut the branch, it'll put off a new shoot, sometimes 2 or 3 shoots even, and you get a brand new piece of plant here with beautiful flowers on top. That's why pruning is always important for plants that require it. Okay, we'll put this in front of a sunny window, and in a couple days we'll have a like new plant most likely. And I want to clean up the strawberry plant too. Strawberry plant is leaking a little bit of water. Does this not have a drain in it? I have to put a drain hole in this as if it was an air conditioner. Alright, we got some weeds growing in here. Let's get this all cleaned up. Ouch. I was going to try to get this in the ground prior to the cold, but I didn't get the garden set up in time. But it's got a lot of blossoms on it here. This has at least, I think, 6 or 7 strawberries on it right now. So we'll cut off all this dead stuff so we can focus the growth on the strawberries. And we'll drill a drain hole so the roots don't get rotted. Or if it's sunny tomorrow, which I think it will be, maybe I'll just put it in the window and let it get real hot, and it should use up some of that water. Got a couple of runners on it. Here's more strawberries right here. Strawberries are a June plant. So this just goes to show how screwed up the seasons are this year. Even the plants don't know what time of year it is. I always like to remove any leaves that are in dodgy condition because the plants will waste energy trying to fix dodgy leaves. And you want the plants to put the energy towards growing new ones instead. Or in this case, towards producing fruit. I want to watch this closely for spider mites. If we see them, I'm going to rinse the whole plant off, and I think that'll get rid of them. Been able to save a couple things that way so far, so hopefully it doesn't have a problem. But if it does, because sometimes what happens is when you take the plants from a cold environment like the outside and you bring them to warm, the spider mites hatch. So we might find that this gets full of spider mites, but I am determined to save this year, because this is going to have a delicious harvest in a couple weeks. Look at this, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 strawberries coming on. So hopefully we can save this. This is a runner. What I will do with this is I'm just going to stick it into the ground and let it start taking root. Just stick it down here like this, and you got a brand new strawberry plant ready to come up. That'll take root by itself in a couple days. Alright, strawberries are all set. I'm going to leave this by the stove so it can dry out. The runner came out. Come on, runners, stay in place. Stop running. Okay, next we gotta clean up the, let's clean up this. I don't know what's up with this thing. I'm hoping you can get it to come back during the winter. It's trying to come back, but the leaves just keep withering and dying. I don't know if the pot's maybe needs different soil. The pot's too dense or something. I don't know. But something is not right with this. And hasn't been for a while. So I think I'm going to repot this and see what happens. It's certainly trying to grow still, so I don't want to give up on it. Yeah, it's pushing out all new growth there, so this was a very unique flower. I've never seen anything like it before. So I hope this comes back. Oh, I'm going to take this off too. I'm going to put the energy towards a new leaf. Peppers. Got a couple weeds growing in here for some reason. These are pretty big. Is this? Yeah, this is too wet. This needs to dry out as well tomorrow, I hope. I'll leave this one by the stove. I'll pull some of the moisture out of it. these are really thriving. They're putting out new branches at the bottom and everything. I really hope this keeps going too. Beans. These are a little not as good as the other ones. They are putting out new growth, so we're going to keep them. This is going. I find it hard to believe that that's going to work, but it does have a new growth on it. We had a couple mullein plants in here. Maybe I'll take those out and put them in their own pot, kind of like those. This is sprouting new growth. That's beans right there coming on. It's new growth there. This is putting out new growth as well. It's got a ripe bean on there. I can't believe that's still alive though. Let's get this off of there. Fossilized bean. Alright, we'll see if we get any beans. We might. The last thing we want to clean up is the grass. This is actually doing pretty good right now. I had tried to plant this outside in the yard and didn't like where I put it, so I pulled it out and put it back in the pot, and it's been growing great ever since. So if it prefers to stay in the pot, that's fine. It can stay in the pot. Just try to get some of these dead quills out of there. These are they like water, so I put it down by the water and it just wasn't doing anything. It wasn't dying, but it wasn't growing. See, like you got all new coils here. It wasn't doing that. I think maybe it didn't get enough light, perhaps. I wintered this in the house last year and it was fine, so I assume it'll be fine again this year too. Just got to keep it very wet. That's looking pretty good now. I think that's all the plants that we needed to clean up. So I'll have to rearrange all the plants in the room here, because this is not functional. And we'll see how things go during the winter. I have high hopes for this one too. Look how many blossoms there are. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's like 25, 30 blossoms on there. I put all these plants over here for now. I think tomorrow I'll try to build something to hold a grow light over these and see if we go from there. Tomorrow I need to finish that gutter thing, because now supposedly it's going to rain later in the week, so I got to get that done before it rains. So that'll be the most important task for tomorrow. These pellets seem to be working pretty good. Getting some good heat out of there. We'll see how much ash builds up compared to the other ones. Kind of a somewhat boring day today. Nothing real exciting took place, but sometimes that's the way it is.